So we left, well, continue, we'll find out where we left off. We were just getting to the end of an exciting new ending, and then got interrupted by a puzzle, and we were way over time, so I decided to just call it a night. So do they let me hit up and scroll back a little bit? No, they don't. So what happened this run? We went through door number 5 and had Santa give us a 4-leaf clover bookmark. Hey, Neo. Yes, you're gonna punish my bot again already the instant you get here. So I'm just trying to work my way through a recap here. Things that happened in this run. We went through door number 4. Got the 4-leaf clover bookmark from Santa. Then the next door we went through 7, I think, with Clover and somebody. Talked to her and gave her the bookmark, which cheered her up. Then went through door number 1, had a deeper conversation about, found out a whole bunch of stuff about she was in the previous Nonary game 9 years ago. Yeah, 471. Found out a bunch of things. It is interesting. I thought of this, like, in between last session and now. In each of the runs, you don't really find out things about, like, you really don't find out a lot of stuff that's relevant to the other runs. Like, the first time through, it was, oh, okay, Clover is the bad guy. She winds up killing everyone with an axe. Then on the next run, you find out, oh, Ace is the head of the chemical company, and it's like, that wasn't even really hinted at. Like, we never got any of the hints, because we took a different path. And now this time, it turns out 7 is possibly Zero. He's certainly not a nice guy. He took June captive. He's threatened to shoot her. And in this run, nothing really hinting at the fact that Clover is going to go kill us all. Nothing hinting at the fact that Ace... We found none of the clues that point towards Ace, or Snake. We didn't find out that he has prosopagnosia at all. We didn't find out that he's the chemical guy. We didn't find out that he's the one that tried to kill Fake Snake. All of this, like, we missed out on because of this run. Let me move something over here. I never feel like, even with 2 windows, I don't have enough room for everything. Alright, whatever. Alright, so on to this puzzle, which is happening now that we've gone through door number 9, finally. This is the first time having stuff happen other than death on the other side of the 9 door. It looks like just books everywhere. The Pythagorean theorem, I know what that is. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. Oh my gosh, every single one of these is a thing you have to look at? That's a problem. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh? Thinks he's such a smarty pants. Gold box conjecture. If that's math related, I don't know anything about that one. Mathematics book. Additive number theory. Alright, let me... Ooh. Dad kind. Was it? Is it Dodkind? Compilation of his work. It's numbered 1 through 7. Owen? Owen isn't enough to go on. Fake Snake's smugness is kind of bugging me now. Leibniz. Sheldrake? What is it? Do we know something about a Sheldrake? Maybe, maybe not. I don't remember hearing anything about a Sheldrake. That might be... Whoa. There's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Am I supposed to put something on those stands? Yeah, I guess. Scaffold. Oh my god, it's just rows and rows of books. Cultural Heritage of Rome. I don't get it. A kid's book? Children's story about Native Americans. Apparently this was important. Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa! It's a pop-up book, and LRK popped out? It's one of them pop-up books? L, R, and K. That doesn't mean anything. Does it? Curl or Carl? So apparently this means we actually do have to click a whole bunch of books. Well, this one was front and center. Maybe the other books I have to find are also going to be front and center. History of the Western World. What? Oh good. Have the same binding. There's a baseball on this one. Let's see what's in it. Head? KRL, KLR, and head. Did they really fill this entire place with, like, descriptions? An overview of photochemistry. Wanted us to see. Oh, wait, what? A high wattage light bulb. That's strange that they actually bothered to say that it was very bright. Foundations of DNA and genetic engineering. Ooh, okay. Alright, that's interesting. This is topical. Teletemporation and telepathy. It refers to having the ability to travel through time. The golden rabbit and the moon. Get it! Is this 999 or is this Toho? We've got moon rabbits now? Mind swap. Change bodies. Oh, man. Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one. Kitab al-Azif. Yeah, this guy, I was happier when he wasn't in the game. Mr. Smarty Pants Know-It-All. Necronomicon book. Oh. Transition of extinct species. Mother Nature. Hippie chicks? Dude, you can't just be right about everything. It's like, oh, let me judge this book by its cover. There's seriously like an infinite number of... Oh, no, wait. No, this is the same stuff again? Open here, find bulb. Well, that was easy. What if we switched them around? Ba-bum. Dude! Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. That was a piece of cake. Yeah, you're not so smart now, are you, fake snake? You couldn't do that puzzle. Another powerful light bulb. So we got two. Are property values going up out in space too these days? I guess times are tough for aliens too. Cosmic inflation. Oh man, that's a terrible joke. Yeah, screw this guy. Put him back in the coffin. He's just a walking Wikipedia. Whoops. Oh, we already did these. Oh wait, there's a piece of paper. Lights to the books. Umoshiru. Lights to the books. Well, we found two lights. Oh, we already did this one. Maybe I have to go downstairs and look for the... Yes. Can we get... Damn it. Ah! Alright. Indian mathematics. Why is that funny? What, are you racist? Clover would like to know what is there to hypothesize about reaming. Okay, game. Warm? What? Doesn't allow me to scroll back here. What happened there? Were we like going along the bookshelf and then accidentally grabbed Clover or something? It's like, oh, warm. Modern Japanese literature. Alright, let's stay here. Origin of Japanese folklore. Looks like there are a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Agriculture and historical organizations in folklore. Oh, good. Alright, we finally found 3. 3 seems like a good number. Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. No. SE5. So we've got head, KLR, SE, and 5. Oh, and a dash. Alright, well, I'm sure if I go and put them all in the thing, the shadows are going to look like something. They're going to spell something out. Wait, there's a cupboard on the bottom floor? I want to go there. Where is there a cupboard? Ooh, okay, we need a 6-digit number to get in there. Alright, so they're not actually going to do it until we get enough light bulbs. Yes, put a book in. Hooray! You can sort of see the letters, but it's too dark. Alright. Alright, gotta find one more bulb. I wonder if there's a way to make this out. Like, just based on... What was it? It was H-E-A-D... K-L-R... E-5 and something. H-E... H-E-5. And it looks like hell. Held? I held? No, there's no I. Or maybe the dash is an I. I held raves. Oh well, we're just gonna go find the other bulb. It's probably something to do with this, right? Oh, the colors matter. Okay, red, blue, yellow. And no specified color. Dad King Owen. No. I don't think I can do anything with this yet. It might help me later to find out the combination. I already did all 4 of those. Something suspicious about the shelf on the left. What? I guess he means the coffee table. Iron plate bolted down. Alright, we've come full circle. We're going back up. Let's start with the door. Principles of Monkey Behavior. I'd imagine that's a book describing praxeology. Human equilibrium theory. Human anatomy. Regeneration of internal organs. Dissection atlas. Yeah, and by the way, whose books are these? This is all at the bottom of the ship. Automated robotic assembly line techniques. And I'm afraid that some book in here, some random book is going to be a hint that I'm going to have to pick up on. Like, they're not going to actually use the book as an item. I'm just going to have to remember it as a clue of some kind. Foundations of DNA and genetic engineering. We already did some of these. Oh, is this a continuation of the previous? Because they just did those.
I will not falter.
Hey, Sir Matt. Hi. Thank you very much for the follow. Just working my way through some 999 right now. I appreciate the support and the company. It's really kind of annoying that on this particular puzzle, it's just shelf after shelf of books that all look the same, so it's hard to tell what you've done and what you haven't. Micrographia. I've got all 3 of the pop-up books that I'm looking for. I just need a 3rd bulb now. And it's just trial and error. It's just go through every single bookshelf and see where there's a hint. He built the microscope, blah blah blah. Paleontology for fossils. Love me some 999, especially blind, especially through one of them 9 doors. Yeah, so far I've had, like, I went into this thinking that it was more of a puzzle game and less of a text game. I was expecting like a Professor Layton kind of thing where the story just exists to get you from puzzle to puzzle to puzzle. And then I found out, oh, it's mostly reading with a little bit of puzzling. And then I was also surprised to find that the story was quite a bit deeper than, oh, we have to find a way to get off the ship. I've had what I would consider to be the perfect experience with this so far. Like, just getting endings that are ramping up in complexity, and just by stumbling upon them, really. I haven't repeated an ending yet, which is great. And I went in the order that's in the title. First I got the axe, then the sub, then the safe. And now whatever this is, clearly this is not going to be any of those, because we have a whole new villain now. Santa went and grabbed everybody and pulled them through the 9 door. On the origin of species. Is that this one? Yes. Yep, so that was axe first, and it was so perfect because then I was like, oh, okay, first I'm afraid of Clover going crazy, and so I did things different and then got a different ending and then did things different and got it. It's like every time it's a new experience. It's a whole new story that unfolds. Probably the most shocking thing was finding out that the conversation in the freezer actually turned out to be relevant and necessary in order to get a specific ending. Because when I first got locked in the freezer on the second run, and they're like, isn't it weird that carbon dioxide is a solid and then a gas and a -100? And I'm like, no, that's not interesting. We're gonna die. So I'm like telling them, no, let's not talk about it. Let's look for a solution. And then on the other playthrough, this one right here, I was like, okay, let's sit and talk about it. And she mentions Ice 9, so that later on I mention Ice 9 to 7, and you just go from there. I'm like, this is blowing my mind. This is a really interesting story. Oh, I know this. The Cambrian era? When we suddenly got a whole lot more plants? I don't know. Variety. Okay, just the variety of living organisms increased. Indeed. Oh, that's also good. I will be really interested to watch other people play this after I'm done with it. Which, when that happens with a game, you know it's good. Oh, I see this does loop around. This is all the other stuff, which means if I click, whoops, down here is going to be the ones I was... Yeah, that's also stuff I was just... That's so cool. They. Oh, whoops. They had the exact opposite order. You get those out of order, and it's like, oh, Clover's going to be killed, so I need to protect her. And then she winds up being the one who murders everyone. Quantum gravity. Although this guy's getting on my nerves now, with being basically his own Google search engine and knowing everything about everything off the top of his head. It's kind of an annoying character to have in a game, or any kind of story. Okay, cool. Nico, I will make a note of them right now. Nico B and Lamar Haven. Yeah, when a game is a journey like this, like a journey of discovery, that's really cool. And it's kind of unique to games. Like, you wouldn't really have that. You would never sit and watch somebody watch Breaking Bad or something, you know? It has to be a game. There has to be interaction. You don't just watch somebody watch a game, or watch somebody watch a TV show or a movie. Yeah, it would be nice. Well, what I was doing for a while is I was voicing just the narration, and then I'm like, it would be weird because they put the little in when a character's talking. I don't want to be talking over that, so I'm like, oh, okay, the characters will, you know, voice themselves, because I don't do voices that well anyway. I'm not a voice actor. I guess a lot of people who play visual novels and that kind of thing on Twitch are either voice actors or aspiring voice actors. I'm really not. I don't do voices that well. Ace, I was voicing him as Solid Snake, because I can do an okay Solid Snake voice. But then during the safe ending, that started to wear thin because he was talking an awful lot, and he had changed character pretty significantly, so his character, like, he wasn't close to what's, you know, stuff that I would be able to say as Solid Snake and have it come out convincing and sounding natural. So I just kind of stopped, and now I still voice the narration text, but I don't try to voice the characters. Yeah. Throughout most of the early playthrough, I was like, I wish this was... I haven't really played any other visual novels, so I was like, I kind of wish this was just a show. I would rather watch it and see all the things they're describing instead of just reading them. But when you have a story like this, where it's going to branch out through multiple playthroughs, and apparently changes significantly based on the order of the playthroughs, it's almost like, yeah, this story does kind of need to be piloted by someone to make it interesting. Alright, so let me keep going here. I'm also playing Danganronpa on stream, and that one I am voicing all the characters, although I don't do like terribly specific voices for most of them. Some of them I'm just talking, but then other ones I'll do a voice for. I lost my place. Have I already been here? I already got all these. I did. And I don't know, Maximus J07. Maybe I'll jot him down too. Oh, here's a shelf I haven't been to yet, I don't think. I haven't been to a... No, have I? This was the first one that I... Oh, damn it. Little Yes! Zero Time Dilemma. I have it on my wish list, and I'm going to pick... Here's the plan. I'm hoping to continue plowing through 999 and finish it, and then play whatever the second one is. No, wait. What's the second one? There's a second one, I know. I'm going to play through that off stream so that I can just put, like... a ton of time into it and just get through it. That way I'll be done with both games in time for the release of the third one. All you need to do is play Remember 11, then be filled with the urge to pester other people to play Remember 11. There are, I try and rein it in a little bit. I did go overboard on telling people to play Undertale and buying Undertale for people so that they would have to play it. That's a fantastic game. Like, turn this stream off and go download Undertale if you haven't played that yet. But I think most people are at least aware of it now. Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. Whoops. I'm kind of hitting a brick wall here because this really is not a puzzle so much as... I mean, some room escape games do this, where they just go, yeah, you really need to click through each and every one of these things just to find the thing that you gotta screw into the thing. That's everything. That's everything all the way around. Alright, let me rethink this then. Maybe there's something that's not a book that is going to tip me off to where to find a light bulb. Okay, the Uchikoshi breakdown works like this. He did Zero Escape, but before that he was involved in the Infinity series, which are Never 7, Ever 17, Remember 11. And he did this with his friend Nakazawa, but they're straight up visual novels and don't have puzzles or anything beyond dialogue choices. Never 7 is not that good. Ever 17 is pretty okay once you get past bad pacing. Remember 11 is a masterpiece, and Zero Escape is what I'm playing. Yeah, the whole visual novel thing is prior to like hearing about this, if you were like, name a visual novel, I'd be like, Radical Dreamers. Okay, name another one. I don't know any other ones. And I didn't play Radical Dreamers, I just know of it because I love Chrono Trigger so much. So, I'm starting to think I need to do something down here? But no, my only items are light bulbs. Let's go back and look at the thing. If I could change out the bulbs... No. The writing, some of the writing in this has actually been kind of laughably bad. Like, there's a lot of repetition, there's a lot of, like, overstating the obvious, which is fine. It's not ruining the experience for me, but I wouldn't say that the writing so far is the strong point. Although that could be the localization team's fault. In the middle of the glass door is a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock where you rotate the numbers till you got the right ones to open Oh! Wait, really? They're just right there on the... Well, I imagine that means this is not going to work. That is bizarre. I don't know what to make of that. Seem to be pointing at the cylinder number line. They just gave me... Like, he's right. They absolutely just handed me that. Alright, whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, that's... I feel like that's the first time they've done that. They've gone, here's the puzzle, and here's the solution right on the same screen. Okay, Sheldrake 5. They didn't even make me reorder them. Yes. Sheldrake. Junpei read the text out loud. I agree. Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Fake Snake behind. I guess, since there are a couple... there's a couple people here who maybe haven't watched me playing this before. Back in the very beginning, as soon as Ace showed up, I was like, oh, he looks and seems like Solid Snake. Oh, I'm going to do him with a Solid Snake voice. And Ace is a dumb name, so I'm going to call him Snake. And the very next line, the next guy's like, oh, you should call me Snake. I'm like, fuck that. So I'm calling him Fake Snake. This became hysterical when we found out that there was a guy X who was killed because he was dressed in Fake Snake's clothes. So I've just embraced that, and even if I'm not really necessarily voicing Snake anymore, I'm still calling him Snake and calling him Fake Snake. Which goes just fine, because I'm not a big fan of the guy now. He's turned out to be a know-it-all jerk in this room, going, oh yes, you didn't know about superstring theory. Junpei grinned. Wait, what? I don't even remember that. I don't remember her telling me about that. Alright. Good job, Junpei, remember. Oh, it's because I haven't seen this conversation since my second run, because I fast-forwarded through it the fourth time. Yeah, where he's like, did you hear that? Somebody tripped 5 years ago. Or five rooms over. By the way, I am blind. They're like, we'll split up and each search a bunch of rooms. Really, Fake Snake, are you going to be able to pull that off? Of course. My senses and heightened and educated. And it's like, what is something written on the wall? Alright. She did? Clover oh, right. Clover mentioned it when she was talking about being in the previous Nonary game. Or Nonary. Every time I see it, I feel self-conscious pronouncing it out loud because I don't know if there's a correct pronunciation. I feel like Nonary is right. Or Nonary. Oh, that's right. He knows that she knows, because he was also in the experiment. Junpei's eyes narrowed. I didn't push it because we're in a hurry. Fake Snake's shoulders slumped, and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up. He's like, fine, you beat it out of me. The only 2 sentences you've ever said asking me what happened in the experiment, I'm caving. It's like, what if there was some kind of dangerous... What if you opened a room and there was just an open pit there with spikes at the bottom? You just walk right in. Let's move to the top floor? Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Okay, there's still in the library. I thought he was like, we went back up to the top of the ship. Alright. Fake Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke. Fake Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out a small, stiff piece of paper. It looked a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone in the central staircase. Okay, I'm not misremembering. He did have a previous thing. No, only one. What? Is it written on the back? Tell no one of the events that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. Ooh. He can echolocate or something. Did we mention he's blind? Yeah, he's basically Daredevil. Fake Snake nodded. Fake Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the bookshelves. Wait, they're not here for this conversation? Why not? See, I'm still not totally convinced. I think that whole number thing with June's bracelet being upside down and Santa's actually being 0 and not 3 is super wacky. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have a time. Oh, that's right. I forgot. 0 wasn't behind the first nunnery game. That was the pharmaceutical company. So we're saying Santa was in the first group, and now he's 0, running the second group while also being in it. When he takes a muffin. Fake Snake takes a cake. Fake Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. Wow, that's amazing. He can listen, even though he's blind. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him. Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Fake Snake turned and looked at him. Junpei relayed to Fake Snake everything Clover had told him. The morphogenetic field. and the experiments 9 years prior that had dealt with it. Science fiction bullshit. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one being the ship and the other being a building in Nevada. How they'd played the nonary game. He told him everything. And finally, he told him how a girl had died during the experiment. Fake Snake looked... That's the other thing, is every time they describe the way that somebody, is, looking down or looking to the side or looking anywhere other than at the person they're talking to, kind of became like a running meme in here. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face, and looked up at Junpei. Fake Snake nodded slowly. I knew that much, but only because of other runs. Junpei doesn't know this yet. They just highlight Ace. Oh, okay, they're highlighting everybody one by one. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he'd heard those 4 names somewhere before. Which is interesting, because we're getting morphogenetic now. He's already once in this run gotten information out of nowhere that he shouldn't have known. And that was the Truth Had Gone puzzle. Least favorite recurring sentence in this game's narration is, "What seemed like an eternity later." Like, you're on a time limit. Walk faster, people. I know there have been so many times in this where I'm like... I mean, it's a standard horror movie thing, right? You go, "Don't go in there," or "Go do this instead." You want to scream it at the screen, like, why aren't you doing things the way that I would do them? And I would do them correctly, and then there wouldn't be a movie because, like, I would have done everything correctly. And it's like, all the freaking time that they just waste standing around talking about morphogenetic fields and Funya Rinpas and freaking what a 4-leaf clover means. It's like, speed run it, dude. You gotta get out of here. You're gonna die. You're gonna explode. You've already seen someone explode. Even when they're like down to the last hour or two, they don't hustle. Even this, we're less than, we've got to be at less than an hour to go, right? We're like, let's sit around and talk about the thing. All right. Focusing now. Focus mode. Controlling a human mind through sheer will. This might be related to what that chair that Lotus sat in. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Yep, we've heard both of these stories now, and that one. the shape of the answer has been stored in a field invisible to the naked eye. And through that field, the resonant event transmits information related to that answer. Okay. Fake Snake nodded. Okay. I feel like handstand was a weird... Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do? You could just rob banks and everybody would be too busy doing handstands to stop him. He does a handstand. Grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people do handstands. Wood carbuncle? I'm unfamiliar with wood carbuncle. You sabotage the Olympic Games, exactly. Everybody... Oh, who won the handstand event? Oh, everybody got 10s right across the board. Unbelievable. Now the Olympics are canceled. Junpei thought about it for a moment. Fake Snake suddenly looked very serious. Junpei nodded. I forget who told us about this. Or if we've been told about this at all. You could say his powers would turn the world on its head. Wah, wah. The hospital in a remote town. His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The 9 children who were put in Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. The members of Group A were placed on the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hongo had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the fields. The first is epiphany, and the second is danger. I knew that one. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and hard until finally an answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say so, but that is what is meant by epiphany. The information obtained through that epiphany can be easily transmitted through the fields, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to that equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hongo set up a number of puzzles across the Gigantic. The participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb on the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the nonary game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hongo hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the fields. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building, Building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Hongo explained the situation to the children in Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you solve them, transmit that information to the children in Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? So we'd be in Group A and Q. Yeah, good. That makes sense. It was because NASA had access to a replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. Are we about to prove that dank memes can't melt steel beams? Is the Earth landing faked? Is the moon landing faked? All of the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts were facing. By putting themselves in the same situation, they attempted to solve the problems they knew the astronauts were experiencing. Only once they had found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. Q and A? It seems... Well, did he say A? Or did he only name one of the groups Q? I missed it. I totally missed it. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. Okay, it is Group Q and Group A. Yeah, that's, I guess, probably question and answer. I'm not sure whether in the original Japanese, I know Japan loves English. They love to give things English names, English acronyms. I'm wondering if it was Q and A in there and if it was understood exactly what was meant there. Whatever. The children in Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. Now, were all of the Q kids smarter? Because couldn't the A group figure it out on their own, and wouldn't that not prove that morphogenetic fields existed at all? Fake Snake sounded defeated. Yeah, the more I think about it, this doesn't work at all, because if the kids in Group A solve the puzzles, that doesn't prove anything other than they solved the puzzle. I mean, I've solved all of my puzzles, and I haven't been accessing a morphogenetic field to my knowledge. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak, Seven's voice echoed up from below. Fake Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap. Oh, how good of you to remember! Fake Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out an arm to stop him. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? Fake Snake couldn't seem to bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain. Dun, 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 dun. That's interesting. Okay. What? Yeah, okay. Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. Here's yet another cool twist. Because Clover was this close to saying her name before, and then we got distracted. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light. He couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? If she had, then who was June? No, that was impossible. It couldn't be true. Akane wasn't an uncommon name. If Fake Snake had known her last name, then that would have been a different matter entirely. So they shared a name. There were many other people who did as well. It meant nothing. It was a different person. Of course it was a different person. It had to be. I mean, she had memories. She had memories about the rabbit farm. So if she's not the real one, then she's got all of her memories somehow. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Then Fake Snake had noticed. Junpei cleared his throat and tried to act calm. Uh-oh, he detected that our adrenal glands had fired. It's like, I sensed that your chakra gates opened. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but he couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of feet against metal dug at his heart. So maybe I would actually be terrible if I were ever in such a solution, because I would immediately tell everyone everything that I knew, and that's probably a bad idea. Oops. Wait, did they not come here and do this? What were they doing for the last 15 minutes? Were they just standing down here waiting? I clicked on the 5th volume. There we go. I guess we should too. Who's to say that we wouldn't have just pulled all of the books off the shelf and found it that way? 13, 14, 15... No, yes. 13, 14, 15, 13. Well, that's very easy. Oh, wait, did I say 15? 13, 14, 10, 13. It'll be fine. D-E-A-D. Every single input device, they have to repeat that. They put enter on the spacebar. Hooray! Wait, what was through the other door? Was the treasure there? Did I miss it? Did I miss the treasure? I want to go back and open the treasure chests. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. But no sooner had they done so than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut. Junpei grabbed hold of it with both hands and pulled with all his strength. Well, there's another door over on the... Was that the other door? No. I'm sure fake Snake can find it. They took a second roll. Ugh. Hang on. They took a second look at the room they'd found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could describe it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. That was about 20 words other than chaotic that could describe it. Junpei's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry. Fake Snake's in a big hurry because he knows he doesn't have to help. He's like, get on it, guys. Junpei, pick things up so that I can comment on them. There are piles of crap everywhere. Ooh, is it a boss rush? We got new music. Oh, alright, that's nothing at all. Okay, so it's the opposite route, except from Japan, it just heads across the ocean to California. There's a control panel in front of the big screen here. Wonder if any of these buttons do anything. A bunch of numbers and letters connected by equal signs. What? Wait, Okay, I get it. Oh, and they've just unnecessarily given me the table. Okay. Alright, so all of these and that one. Okay, and then which one's at the top? Those two. So I think I'm trying to get everything except this one and this one lit up. That ought to do it. Yeah, we're very close. Okay. All right. No. Actually, hold on. All right. Let me see if I remember this correctly. What happens if you hit 7, 2, 4? What if you do those? You get the corner. Fireworks? What's the occasion? What's today? June 11th? Seriously? Jeez. Apologies for any headphone users if that's coming through loud. I have not been shot. I'm trying to... Where would they even be setting off fireworks? Did I have it? I might have been close. I definitely know what the solution is, and I'm just clicking around. Oh! Okay, I just have to reverse this. Ha ha ha! Random clicking. The lid slid open and something came out. Thanks for the thumbs up. A cross emblem. A metal plate shaped like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. Or a plus. Cross or a plus. Oh, okay, we gotta get 4 of them. The power's on, but there's nothing on any of the screens. Tap a few keys. Damn, no dice. Wait, what's Fake Snake doing? Upper left is the steering wheel symbol. Cross symbol. Mysterious circle symbol. How is a circle mysterious? Waffle pattern. That order, huh? The important part is this nautical table. Yes. So yeah, he went and explained... Why are they explaining how to do it? And they even put the map on the screen. This is weird. And then west. And then southeast. And then northeast. And then east. And then north. And then east. It was a really short fireworks show, too. Just blew the load and got out of there. Big box by the hall. Okay. Home. What's this, though? 2 dots, then 4 dots, and then 1. Wait, that's... But we saw it was 2, 4, 1. So something else is going on here. All right. Three sheets. Oh, is this gonna be music again? It's framed with warning stripes. Okay, I'm going to open it. Oh, is Alice in there? He's thinking the same thing I am. Can't bring myself to tell him. Fake snake's touching it. Oh, it actually says all ice on it. The two machines. Alright, so maybe this opens once we solve all 4 puzzles. What do you mean you don't want to open a coffin? Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge, beneath the navel of the Gigantic. Is that actually true? Three lines, and I think each line is one. Oh, okay. Those didn't look like spaces, they look like dots. Oh, but now I actually have the code. Okay. Well, is it ICE? Oh, it totally is. After all, it was trivial, because... Well, I guess if you can read Braille, you probably could figure out Morse code. It's somewhat believable that he knows the Morse alphabet off the top of his head. Behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now. Ooh. Can we get some 3 spoopy 5 me's in the chat? Because we're about to go coffin diving. What the hell is it? Oh, there it is. It's so true. He's so ridiculous. Alright. Alright. Oh, holy shit. This is a coffin. There's going to be something horrible in there. I just know it. Okay, okay. Deep breaths. Here we go. Two somethings. What is that? Oh, they just give us the 4th one. That's nice. The Neptune key. Shoot, I lost it. Oh, for this one, they're not gonna hold my hand and tell me which one is which? Whoa. Well, now we've got something on the monitors, at least. Looks like some kind of puzzle. When you touch a numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue to indicate this. Touching a numbered ball after selecting an area will cause the ball to be moved to that area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into a single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. Digital root must match the number. Okay. Practice makes prefects? That's a terrible joke. Oh! Savage! Oh, man. We're making fun of a blind guy now. Alright, so, we'll just go like, 2. Wait, I didn't do that. Oh, you have to click the thing. Okay. Ta-da! We never had a decision between a 3 and a 6 door, though. So I don't know what's up with that. A picture? What? Is this supposed to be a running gag? Is this more clever before it was translated into English? He got roasted so hard he became baked snake. Even more than in the incinerator. Aw. This is still gonna be really easy. Cause oh, okay. This is now red. Alright. Well, let's rock out with 3, 4, 5. Whoop. No. 7. And then this one. There we go. That's awesome! I can't believe you can do simple addition. Oops. Yeah, but you won't tell me what they are. Oh, okay. Mysterious circle. Thank you. Jeez, dude, just let me do it. This is the third time I've done it. Oh, oh my God! He can dish it out just as well as he can take it. All right. 7 and 7 without any things. So that was sort of insinuating a situation in which person number 9 would die, and then person number 1 would die, and then person number 3 would die, or somehow get separated from the group. So would they still be able to get through doors with those numbers on them? Simple repeated addition. They should be more impressed at me for solving that, the ALL one. Oh, and then person number 6 dies. I'm just jotting this down because it's interesting. Oh, there is a solution to this one, and that is all 5 people go in that door. Underneath the keyboard? Big Snake's like, oh, a sound? Yes, I heard it. From the bottom left desk corner of the desk, I believe. Oh, there's a drawer underneath. That shouldn't take people any time at all. In the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. It was a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrows shot up. He'd seen 3 of them before. Is that the 9th man? That's an interesting twist. On the right was a man with a mustache. The same man they'd found murdered in the captain's quarters. Ooh. I didn't catch that. He'd been wearing the 0 bracelet when they found him. Or actually the O bracelet. Second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the 9th man, the one who'd worn bracelet number 9. He had gone into door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left. The man in the pinstripe suit. Ding, 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 ding. Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulders. Really? People get stuck on that one? That's weird. Because for a second I was like, oh wait, there's only 5. Oh, okay, they all go in the same door. But what did it mean? What was Snake doing in the picture? Perhaps more importantly, why were the 9th man and Cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Fake Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. I'm afraid I can't see it. Had you forgotten? Fake Snake knit his eyebrows. Junpei flipped the picture over in order to look at the back, the reverse, the other side. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it certainly was, but it was certainly significant. Big Snake, where are the other guys? I think Santa just tripped 5 rooms over. He read it out loud so that Fake Snake would not be left in the dark. Nonary Project, Nijisaki, Kubota, Musashi-lo. Junpei immediately flipped the picture back over. That meant that the 4 men in the picture had run the nonary game 9 years ago. Only Hongo had not been mentioned on the back, which Junpei felt meant he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei was not this revelation, but the fact that it felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious. That their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Why, then? Why wasn't he surprised? Junpei had just discovered that Snake had run the nunnery project, but he felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. It was almost as if he'd already known. Junpei looked over at Fake Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face. Mm-hmm. Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he'd already known. It was as if someone had whispered it into his head that, yes, of course Snake was Hongo. I could never forget his voice, however, I didn't recognize it. Clover and Fake Snake's conversation wasn't of particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice. He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the 4 names of the project's leaders over and over to himself. His brow was furrowed and his face was flushed. He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the floor. Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Fake Snake had spoken of them in the library. But as Junpei watched him pace, it was clear that he did know them. Just be quiet for a minute, even though we have, in all likelihood, less than 30 seconds left before it's 6 o'clock. His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry. Then he stopped. Seven set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide and he shot up straight. Seven's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Fake Snake and Clover. Seven hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak. Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question. Seven rubbed the scar on his chin. You really want to know? Nah, let's get off the ship first. Fake Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where Seven's sudden recovery might take them. Don't worry, we've got all hour. The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face and put his hat back on. Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly. Seven was a lone wolf detective who valued his own code over the rules, doing what was right over what you were told. That was why, on that fateful day, he'd gone with his gut, and gone to the wharf at night on a slim lead. Audio encode Z? Actually, before I do anything, let me save it. And yeah, I did notice that there was a kind of a crackle sometimes on some of these soundtracks. Sound settings. Oh, okay. Synchronous sync method Z. Much better. All right, thank you. It was 9 years ago. The wharf had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating that should be spat, right? No? Spate? Spate of kidnappings? All of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of Cradle Pharmaceutical, and Seven's investigation had turned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in the kidnappings. We've already heard this story before on my third run, maybe? After a little persuasion, he'd managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle Pharmaceutical. They told him that night, a ship was set to take the children from where they were being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. Seven had, of course, gone to the wharf. Hidden in the shadows, he'd searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there was something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake. There were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It would mean nothing at all. I'd need only tie an anchor to your feet, and I doubt anyone will see you for perhaps a week or so." Yeah, this is totally the way pharmaceutical companies operate. Just murdering people who stumble onto their experiments. That's how science is done. Is that what you'd like? The fish here would be thankful for the meal. With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Then, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Ugh, damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Seven woke to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There was a small shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often. I'm inside a cell, huh? Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. Offshore drug bagging? Yes, just giant 150-pound sacks of drugs. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last he began to nod off, and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. It's 9. The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open. As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. What? Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered by a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt. This was the source of the voices. For a moment he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out on the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. Seven could do little more than wriggle along on his belly. After a time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along on his hands and knees. It felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but it was better than nothing. He'd begun to wonder where the duct would take him when there was a thunderous sound, like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. I don't remember this part of the story. Vagrant, hey, I'm still on the same run. Like, this one is really, really going long. How are you tonight? The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with which it spoke made it even more terrifying. Seven wasn't sure what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then, almost as if to confirm his suspicions, he heard a chorus of young voices. No! Help me! Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixed with one another to create a single horrifying howl. Damn it, what the hell is going on here? Seven began to crawl along the duct as fast as his arms and legs would carry him. I'm good. I'm really into this. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. The most recent revelation was the fact that we found the photograph, and it showed that Snake was in it, which we already knew he was the CEO, but that the ninth man and the captain were both in the photograph, meaning they were also employees of Cradle Pharmaceutical who had previously run the last Nonary game. Did I find the girl? I don't think so. No. No spoilers. It's unavoidable. But okay. I still have no idea what to expect. I'm only somewhat sure that I know who you're talking about, but we're just gonna move on. The noise he heard was tremendous, but he was long past caring. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This was it. He grabbed hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metal gave way easily before his onslaught. You usually don't hear somebody refer to a door as something that you have an onslaught against. What the hell is this place? The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. At the top of the dome was an upside-down funnel. It almost looked like a chimney. Yep, I was in the library. It took a while to solve the library puzzle. Then we went into the boss rush room, for lack of a better word, where we had to do the Morse code puzzle again, the ship chart puzzle again. So we solved all 4 of those puzzles, and that showed us the photograph. And now Seven is going through his story saying, this is how I remember, this is how I recognize the people from the photograph. Yes, okay, so the last time I heard his story, it was incomplete. We did not get this far into the story, where he saw the kids. Then he looked down. There they were, the children he'd been looking for. They stared up at Seven, their cries silenced for the moment by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. It was certainly possible that they were frightened of both. Not that I could blame them, running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless. He permitted himself a short snort of a laugh. then turned to the children again. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. Not a single one of them moved. Not a single one of them moved. Except for one. Times 0. 0 of them moved, actually. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform. Yeah, what... Smart 7 is wearing a bright yellow jacket to sneak around at night? I know. He needs to be wearing splitter camo. I've played enough MGS to know this. And, yeah, what I might do... Like, I do record all of my streams. I should probably go ahead and make a YouTube channel and upload things. Even just so that people, if they need to, can go back and watch, you know, parts that they missed. Because you're right, the VODs don't go back very far. It's only 2 weeks. And I think it's too late to highlight the beginning of my 999 run, so I will put that on my to-do list for this week. Create a YouTube channel and start uploading, like, split up my videos and start uploading that content. Cool. Who the hell are you? As he spoke, he took a tentative step forward and gave Seven a suspicious look. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax. How are you going to help us? The boy in the uniform asked. Where's the exit? Seven responded. There isn't one. The doors we came in won't open, and the door over there... He cut himself off, considered something, and then continued. Anyway, there's no point. We can't all get out of here. Get auf. We can't all get auf of here. If we don't get out of here, we're going to be burned to death. Burned to death? Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's going to start up soon. The voice spoke again. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked back down at the children. It was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There was no way he could pull the children up. That was when he had an idea. Wait right there. I'm going to be right back. What? Well, where is he going? Are you going to just leave us here? Yes, that's what people say all the time when they're going to leave you here. They say, I'm going to be right back. Actually, that is true. If I were going to leave some kids to die, I would totally tell them I would be right back. That's awful. Put the bracelet down. What is your number and what does it do? Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise, he lied. So just stay calm and wait right there, got it? He didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. He ran as fast as a man could run on his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. He was back where he had started, but he had a plan. There was something there that he needed. As soon as he was finished, he dove back into the duct and took off toward the incinerator. Sorry to keep you waiting, guys. Leaning out of the door in the duct, Seven lowered the rope he brought to the floor of the incinerator. Lowered the rope. Okay. Okay, I was like, where... Wait, back in the cell, he'd torn the bed sheets into strips and tied them together to make a rope. That takes a while. That takes a while. Come on. Really? How much time do we have left? Like Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done. Alright, just tie that around yourself, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time. Right. Huh? Wait a sec. That was when he noticed. There were more of you before. Where'd the rest of you go? The boy in the uniform answered. I let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left. What? You're telling me you opened that door? That's what I said. Then what the hell are you doing here? We couldn't go with them. Why not? Look, the only people who can go through the numbered door... Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes. Alright, that's good. So it was a full 10 minutes for him to crawl back down, tie up or rip up the sheet, tie it together, and get back here. That's still unrealistically fast, but okay. The voice reverberated against the walls of the room. Look, that can wait, all right? Just get us out of here. Right. Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First up was a girl with a ponytail. Next was the girl with a red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. The last up was the boy in the uniform. Like the boy in the jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked scrawny from above, but his looks belied impressive strength. Okay, I'm back. I have a tape recorder. You're going to die, but we'll have evidence for the courtroom. Could you all please, one at a time, say your names, and then identify yourselves, and say clearly that you're going to die, and that way we can arrest the guys who did this. They heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned toward the door. Cut into it was a thick, square window. On the other side, they could see a furious face. God damn it, what's going on here? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids? That snake? Man, don't open the door. You're ruining the what do you call it? The validity of the experiment. This is supposed to be a double-blind experiment. The door opened and a man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigation. The man's name was Gentaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. How are we supposed to do science if children don't burn to death? He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope. Hurry! I know! The boy in the uniform resumed his scramble up the rope. You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit! Like, really, all you need to know is that the kids wouldn't have gotten out of the room, right? That's the whole point. That's what you're trying to figure out. Would they get out or not? And they didn't. So there's your science. There's your answer. He was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him. No! Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face no longer looked human. It was twisted into something terrifying, the visage of a devil or a ferocious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his rope, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor of the room, and crawled back into the duct. How dare you? You already compromised it. You opened the door. The door's open. You're contaminating it. What experiment, Seven wondered. To make science omelets, you gotta fry a few kids. Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute. Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up. It was the boy in the uniform. Seven tossed Hongo a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. Did he do the Overwatch over the shoulder, like, tee-hee? There was no point in going back to Seven's cell, so they continued down the duct in the other direction. After 30 feet or so, another duct met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another, then turned and slid down the duct. A short time later, they crawled out of the duct to find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door. But the one on the right was a familiar, thick metal door with black and yellow stripes and a device next to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then, that's where we were? Yeah. Hongo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though. Wait, what? If he's still in there? Yeah, that's not good. Seven grunted. Fine, the other door. Go in the other door. Hurry. The children began to run, with Seven following close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase. Seven, you might remember you're supposed to be giving us the short version of the story. We could have cut out a lot of this. Run, Seven shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps and their arms churned the air. Round and round and round they went like a human tornado. Dolomite. The stairway kept going. They'd passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in uniform spoke. Something's up. Akane's not catching up to us. Akane? My kid sister. What? Wait. None of that makes sense. Because your sibling is supposed to be in the other building. The girl with the red necktie. Akane? That was strange. Seven didn't remember seeing that name in the list of children who'd gone missing. Okay, was she not... No. All will be revealed, I guess. Yo, water reaches Seven's nose in the escape room. So then I... Hey, Akane! He cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her. Suddenly the boy in uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl. When did we do that? Well, we passed a couple big rooms on the way here. Maybe she took a rest on one of them? No, that's impossible. Sorry, Grandpa, you keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs. He turned to go. Hey, kid, wait. God damn it, I said wait! The boy didn't even seem to hear him. Fuck! Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail. I'm going after him. You two keep going, alright? You got it? Don't stop until you dive off of the boat and swim to shore. How does he think they're getting out? What's the point of them going on ahead? There's no exit up ahead. There's no path to safety other than them just going with him. The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however, I'm going with you. Seven didn't have time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found. God damn it, where the hell did she go? The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration. Help me! Somebody help me! It was a girl's voice. Akane! The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway that faced the incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. It was pitch black and there were no pictures. No, okay, there we go. Hongo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator. I'm sorry, I can't get over, like, okay, if he's evil, that's fine. If he's like, oh, like, it's worth sacrificing kids in order to do this science experiment where we figure out how morphogenetic fields work, that's fine. You can do that. You can be fanatically into science. But to be like, damn it, the experiment was ruined. Not all of the like, the experiment was compromised. It didn't go according to plan, but god damn it. This girl, if I can just throw this one girl into the incinerator. Like, what, he throws her in and then it's just like, yes! We did it! We did it! I get my grant money now. Come on, goddammit, move. No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let go of me. She had planted her feet squarely on the floor, was doing her best to get away, but Hongo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win. Akane, the boy in the uniform shouted. The kids are following the path set up by the experiment, so there's probably a way to the mainland. Anglus Cradle are really evil. For your final trial, a triathlon. Exactly. Your final trial is to dive into the ocean and swim 9 miles to shore. We docked 9 miles off of the shore because 9. That's why. You're too late, idiot. You probably don't even know how science works. Hongo lifted Akane bodily from her feet and threw her, struggling, into the incinerator. Before Seven or the boy in uniform could react, Hongo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land inside. And then the door slammed shut with the finality of a great steel guillotine. Or a great steel portcullis. There's a couple of those on the ship. The three of them ran to the door. They pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it open. But wait, Snake doesn't die in there. The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fists against the door. He hit it with such force, Seven feared his knuckles would shatter from the impact. Akane! Akane, are you okay? Help me! Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror in it was unmistakable. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. Oh, okay. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Wait. Did it start the timer over? Seven was at a loss. It's the same damn thing. Are you there? Akane's voice sounded close to tears. Or did he maybe stop it so that he could run in? I guess so. I guess he opened the door, which aborted the countdown. Okay. Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you. If she could have seen the bloodless face of the boy in uniform, his words would have seemed like little more than a sick joke. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. Please, please help me. I'm really, really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out, I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise. They could hear her muffled sobs from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fists. His knuckles were a bloodless white. Seven could tell that he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited. And waited. But Seven didn't continue. Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to get out. I mean, he had to know. That was more important. Seven looked at the floor. Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Seven stared straight ahead at nothing. Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A few more minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in for some reason. Why? Stumbling over his own feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shimmered with heat, and in the middle of the room, beneath the waves of heat, there it lay. The boy in the uniform walked toward it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed to his knees, his legs no longer able to support him. Junpei felt a cold lump form in the pit of his stomach. A feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer. He feared he already knew. But he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Seven looked at Junpei curiously, then ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips. Kurashiki. Akane Kurashiki. Dun! The dramatic chord. Something inside of Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Fake Snake. This is the game over music, isn't it? Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away he could hear Seven and Fake Snake talking. Her surprise seemed to be genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Clover nodded. He stuck his hands into his pockets and took a few steps. Then he stopped and turned to face them again. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki's June's brother? That spark caught flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear. Like an engine beginning to turn, images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. Snake didn't realize, because he's blind. We mentioned that, right? Junpei blinked. He was back. Oh, I was about to say, but Snake would have recognized him, but no, Snake can't tell faces apart. The 3 murders make sense then, don't they? Yeah, that's right. Murder. Blew himself up, but that was murder too. You don't know that. You're just guessing. Kubota. The person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashi Do, the man who financed the project. In fact, Junpei didn't think. He knew. He couldn't explain why or how, but he had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it. Fake, Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. There was a moment of silence. And then the room shook. From far away, they heard the sudden rush of water. It must be 6 a.m. Oh no! Why did we stand here talking for the last 3 hours? In the drawer that had held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. Junpei suddenly realized that it was possible to talk and walk at the same time, and thus they could have had this conversation while on the route to not dying. Whoops. No. Oh, man. Here we go. The door opened, and they stumbled into the library. Yeah, 9 hours. Well, at this point, going on 10 hours. Because we are out of time, but still alive and playing the game. And 11 persons. And 11 doors? Oh yeah, because there's 3 9s. There's 9 and... There were 2 9s, and then the 9 in the incinerator room. The shaking hadn't stopped, but they knew the danger hadn't passed. They ran across the hallway, straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader. They slid the key card through, and the door rumbled open. Suddenly, Fake Snake stopped them so that he could tell them a story for the next 4 hours. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran toward it. Oh, look at this! He's multitasking now. Running and readying your inventory items. The key he put into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It read, Incinerator. Junpei ran up to it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. Now we're talking and doing things at the same time. Oh my god, this guy was a multitasker the whole time. The motor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened, far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Snake and Lotus stood in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran toward June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down. Her face was pale and her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her. She mumbled the same words over and over, weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him. Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him. I took the gun. Oh, and now we got this again. He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Snake had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. She didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something. Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Snake sneered. Can you even begin to understand how many years you set back the cause of science? Wait! Oh, okay. He's a receiver, though. He's receiving information from all the other timelines, somehow. Alright, Junpei's voice was casual. Or at least it was trying to be. Junpei couldn't say. He just knew. Another unexplainable mystery. Behind Snake, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in a small indentation on the wall. You just don't understand. No one understands my pain. Quickly, Snake put his hand on the scanner. It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Didn't we, like, literally 90 minutes ago leave them? What have they been doing this whole time? It really was 90 minutes ago, because that was when we got fake Snake out of the coffin at like 4:30. It's been an hour and a half. What the hell were they doing? And now he's like, oh, now that it's like 6:05, I gotta hurry up and go through this door. It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Then, at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket. He pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. But real Snake, why are you gone? The third asterisk appeared on the red. Colin, you have missed quite a lot. Kind of. Actually, have we learned anything new? Oh no, we did. We did. Alright, I will try not to... I was hoping maybe it was explained somewhere else, but it could also just be a plot hole. I'm impressed at how few plot holes there are so far. But I'll probably find more if I go looking for them. The thing he had used for the final verification was the bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota. Math, math, math. His smirk made Junpei's blood boil. Wait. Something about the way he'd spoken. Did Snake not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flicked towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning, as if in an immense pain. They took the other way, which was super long. It probably was an instance of, I needed to do this because writing. You know what probably happened? I do know what happened. They went through the door, and then somebody was like, hey, Snake, why something or other? And then he just spent 90 minutes explaining it to them. We figured it out. Plot hole closed. Somebody had to tell a story. Lotus had to tell a story about the Ganzfeld experiment, or June had to tell them the rabbit story, and that took them 90 minutes. That's exactly what happened. I'm no longer concerned. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. What the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time? Snake, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the red. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it. Why isn't it open? Lotus tried to take advantage of Snake's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but... Tell me about nanomachines. At the last second, he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it onto the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red, and then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time. Snake's fury and confusion had overridden all his other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and launched that bulk straight at Snake. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch! We don't even get a picture? We don't get a picture of him Juggernaut punch? It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Snake was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran, straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Snake. Seven stood over Snake, his breathing slow and heavy. Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. Snake planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked toward him. He stopped and looked down at Snake with pity on his face. He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. 1. In the nonary game, the number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number, and the digital root wouldn't change. Math, math, math. Math, math, more math. Math, additional math. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Snake had wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. Snake also wanted to have the number 9 bracelet himself so that he could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it in the murder of Nijisaki. Error. 14 plus 17 plus 7. You might be right. Error doesn't open the number 9 door. Even if his number had been different, Kubota presented a different problem for Snake. Kubota had known Snake's past. He knew what had happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Snake had to silence him. 4. But last, and perhaps most disturbing, Snake had used Kubota as a test. He wanted to know how serious this nonary game was. Was it truly life or death, or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules, so that he might see what happened. That's a mystery we've still yet to solve. Who was responsible for this? I guess it was Zero, meaning Santa. You thought he was Snake. Oh yeah, Nijisaki is one of the other pharmaceutical company employees. And turns out he was on the ship, and he was the one that got murdered, and it looked like it was fake Snake. He was Guy X, fake Snake. Fake Snake was one of my subjects 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me. Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him. Snake's self-derision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his emotions in check and continued. Last but not least, let's talk about Musashi Do's death. What did he say? Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? Snake had been in charge of the nunnery project. He would, of course, have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed, then, that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Snake had to do was place the pocket watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashi Do was there. Next to him was an axe that fairly begged Snake to kill Musashi Do with it. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. What was he doing there? Was he sleeping? One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Snake returned to the chart room as though nothing had happened. There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment? With no reason not to, Junpei had followed Snake to the wheelhouse. When they reached the wheelhouse, Snake slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper, the piece of paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote. But it wasn't the piece of paper that Snake was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan. It had far too many flaws, and the wrong word of discovery could easily have toppled it. What had made Snake so desperate? Oh, that's true. Okay, Guy X must have been wearing a bracelet, and it must have been a 2, because it was the same. Right. The O is a 6. And who's the other? Oh, and 1 and 9. Yeah, okay, 1, 2, 6, and 9. That's a fun fact. That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Slowly, Snake reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by that camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repent. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0. Man, everybody was getting secret notes at the start. It's not fair. Snake had confessed to everything. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for the pathetic man on the floor near his feet. But in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Snake had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. It was Cypher's trap, and I fell for it hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do. Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky. Aoi Kurashiki. Seven's face was sad as he spoke. Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else. I was wondering if maybe he was not Zero. Partly because the bracelet thing still doesn't quite make sense to me. Oh, okay, but he's as good as Zero. He was acting under Zero's orders. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. Sorewa chigau yo. Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates and he spun around toward June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing. What the hell? Seven began to mumble to himself. A strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the sides of his head. He groaned and fell to his knees. From somewhere far away, Fake Snake. From somewhere far away, Fake Snake heard a deep, heavy noise, and he made sure he told everyone. And by the way, as he mentioned that he was blind, the digits in the speech, they, like, after you pointed it out, I realized that it is a little bit weird, especially with the number 1. But all the other numbers I could stand. One is pretty weird. All the others I don't care about. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured. For 2 organisms? Is that not what they said before? For 2 organisms. No, because it happens with stuff that's not organisms. It happened with Ice 9 and the weirdo crystals. They were told to send their answers into the morphic field set. Right. It was a mistake. Okay. She should have been in Building Q. For some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic with the receivers, like me. Oh my god, does she have a twin sister or something? Whatever the case, Akane ended up on the Gigantic. I'm pretty sure you know where this is going. This could be going literally anywhere. Did Junpei like forget that he was one of the transmitter? He was the receiver that should have been on the ship, but he was actually in the building? What about the coffin Snake was trapped in? The answer to that is easy. He knew because I knew. This just got crazy. What is this? Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures, then? Is this me? Is this me? Is this Hiten style talking in the game right now? I think it is. Imagine a river that splits in two, like an upside-down Y. The river flows from the top to the bottom, from a single stream into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backward. Information is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backward. That's why people at the river's source, in the past, will never know about those downstream in the future. One last science metaphor. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am I, the 9th letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go? Santa's got a gun. Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Snake isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either. But he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but... What's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking? Didn't I know? I'm the goddamn Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true. That's not what Santa... That's the Make-A-Wish Foundation. That's totally different... That's not what Santa does. That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. When did the door even open? totally missed that. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn. Well, it looks like this door isn't opening anytime soon. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. No, it's not going to work. Oh my god, again with the borrowing. I don't think I'm going to need them ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Not the 9 door, the other... Oh, you're right. He went out the other door. He didn't go out the 9 door. There was no 9 on it when it opened. That seems obvious in retrospect. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? Oh man, she doesn't look very happy. What? Hey, no need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez. Alright, at least 7 got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look at what she was writing. Let's see. Two, 4, 5, 7 is everyone but Lotus. Looks like she'd figured it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. What? Look, I'm just not leaving you behind, alright? End of story. I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier. LOL, bye, Lotus. Math, math, math. You were right. It ain't opening. But it did open 9 years ago. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every sound that vibrated in his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything he felt. I knew. I knew everything about him. what he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we were resonant, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with a tremendous noise, like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the side of the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one, inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future. But I didn't lose myself. I was living in 2 realities at once. One was the present, and the other was the future. Perhaps you can think of it as 2 movies showing on the same screen at the same time. Not the whole time, I don't think. Only when it does this weird thing where it's white on a white background. That's the only time that it's I speaking. Eventually, it becomes difficult to separate them and determine which movie is which. However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me. Come on, over here. That was my brother, Aoi. He was screaming. I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They all looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up. We ran down a long, straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. I is terrible. Prose writing. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry. I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home. Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her. It has been 2 hours since the nunnery game began. This is almost like this is a little bit reminiscent of the Dr. Manhattan's monologue, where you find out his origin story in Watchmen. We were starting to fall apart. But just when all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Hello, everyone. Yes, could you come over here for a moment? He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity. I prose is 2 on the nose. The fights died down, and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover. Wait, her real name is Clover? And today is her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand were 9 4-leaf clovers. I was going to give these to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them. Is he really blind at this point? I was outside listening for 4-leaf clovers? Oh my god. I'm sure I've already told you. Oh my god. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of them. very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my but my sister means a great deal to me, and I hoped that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we're going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We need trust and love, and we need to have faith in one another. If we can take all 3 of those to heart, then I promise that good luck will come our way. Did you know that the leaves on a 4-leaf clover mean faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So, if you believe what I've told you, and you understand, then I want you each to have one of these. 4 Russells. Grab it. They're a promise between friends. He gave a clover to each of us. I took one too. Eventually, he was left with only a single 4-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. No, don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand? When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, we ran around the ship for a while longer and opened several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door with the number 9 on it. You see, 7, that's how you tell a story fast. Look at that sentence. That's how you quickly sum up a story. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. 12 3-leafed clovers, unfortunately. Before long, we all found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time, it was the only one. See, right there it's noticeable. The digit 1, that is weird. But this time it was the only one. You can't put the number 1 there. You can't say the only one with the numeral. But if there was only one door, that meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors? We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already... Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. What? What's happening? What did that thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother Owie swallowed hard and answered, I think it means this room is gonna burn. Burn. The plaque on the door says incinerator, and that voice said the incineration is about to start, and incinerate means to burn. Wow. Abject terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. It is too bad that they put all of this on the bottom screen so that it's just, like, over here is just nothing but a giant black square. Sorry about that. I was going to set up a thing that let me switch DS screens easily, but I didn't. Every pair of eyes was filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened, and a man appeared. and burning is uncomfortable. And by the way, did you know that the human body combusts at 138 degrees Fahrenheit? Isn't that interesting? Let's sit here and talk about it for 16 minutes. He was a huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we could call him 7. Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you. The rest happened just like 7 had said it did. The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. Wait, weren't there 9 of... Oh, okay, yeah. 5 people went through, 4 people stayed. We came out on the other side of door 9. Oh, okay. I hadn't caught that. We came out on the other side of door 9, so that's where that vent led to. On the wall opposite the doors was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me were Nona, my brother Aoi, Fake Snake, and 7. The other children, the ones who'd gone through the door before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across many stairs as we could, and kept running. The stairs spiraled upward like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Did I drop Jumpy's present? I knew I'd had it with me when we passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it as we slid out? I had to go back. Really now? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of that. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall, the room that connected all the other areas of the ship, and hid in the shadows. And moments later, I felt a run of wind as they ran past me, up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Finally, I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is. It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over and snatched it from the floor. But as I ran back toward the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Gentaro Hongo. 9 years later, we would call him Snake. Ah, how wonderful to see you decided to come back. His smile made my blood run cold. It looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth. Come with me. We must continue the experiment. I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist. I said, come with me. There was an edge of insanity to his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please let go of me. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let go of me. I missed that. I probably told you already, but I am blind, and even though I can't see very well, I can't survive being burned. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Stop struggling, goddammit. Do as I tell you. He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed, help me! Somebody help me! Then, suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came 7 and Fake Snake. Aren't we hearing a little bit too much detail now? Like, this really is just the same story. We fast-forwarded through a lot. Can't we fast-forward through this too? Akane! He cried my name again as he leapt toward Hongo. You came back! I cried out. Ha! You're too late, idiot! Hongo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked toward the open number 9 door. Hongo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched. but those fists never reached Hongo. I want you to call me Snake because I'm nuclear. I'm blind, I'm burning up outside. If those are lyrics, I'm afraid I don't recognize them. Oh my god. I can't believe how long this is. Alright. With the cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hongo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he would consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the floor. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them both over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen, then tossed the bracelets carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. Wait, was he actually doing science? He was actually doing science here, you guys. He was actually doing science. Maybe. He said nothing at all and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later... Yeah, I don't know. Wood carbuncle is lost on me. I don't know that one. The double doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran toward the door with the 9. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? I could hear a voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed, lonely, around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hongo? He went out the other door. What? Then it started again. Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Man, I knew what it was going to say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice. What? Wait, what? I was wondering why the other screen came back. Santa started the incinerator. Okay. And when it's not 9 years something that you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense. Are you sure? Are you sure? You sure there's no time? Nothing's more important than stories. Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes. Incinerate means burn. All I can think is in English, like incinerata or something like that, and people are like, "Wait, that means burn." Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor? It's moving. What? What else can I say about it but... Obscure references are like salmon sleds. They happen. That's a damn tuna? Tuna sleds? Salmon sleds? I don't get any of it. I'm glad you guys are having a great time. The experiment was to say 9 over and over and see how many times we could say it before you freaked out. On a related note, has anyone played the Stanley Parable demo? What else could I say but, what is that? The floor opened and a machine rose up out of it. It looked like a computer. At least it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off, even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. Oh, wait! Is that why there's two... That's why there's... Okay. So the bottom screen, the one up there, is the past, I think. And that screen over there is the present. And we're now going to play through the final moments of the Nunnery game with both playing out in sort of parallel. So this is actually I talking right now, which is Akane in the past. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears. All I can see on this screen is a reflection of my own face. I'm looking kind of freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. God, man, I wish that thing would just shut up. Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, then it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? I think I get it. I think I just got it. She's setting up a stable causality loop or whatever. She has to get the solution to this puzzle sent back in time so that she lives. I get it. God. Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you get to shove people around. Oh, that's right. She's the computer hacker. She computer hacks. Like this. This is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it? Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh. Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though? It's got a bunch of numbers scattered in a 9x9 grid. Are we seriously about to commit Sudoku? We're about to commit Sudoku, boys. The numbers range from 1 to 9. Do you think that if we solve this puzzle, the incinerator will stop? Yeah, well, we can hope, right? Alright, puzzle, how do you work? Oh man, that goddamn voice again. Automatic incineration will take place in 13 minutes. Shit, 13 minutes. Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop. My heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it, somehow, but I had no idea how. Oh, right, okay, this is her. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. Wait, it had? Why? His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the seconds tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice. Hey, what are you doing? It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window in the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me? Don't know what to do. He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled. It's simple, really, but I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine. Ah ha 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 ha. His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like the claws of a vicious science monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling to hold back hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you. Oh my. How could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see, I've even left you a way out. A way out? Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that and you can stop the incinerator. What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well just die now. My goodness, haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. If this experiment is to deliver valid results, there must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape. The verification function of the red? Then I remembered. Before Hongo left the room, he had scanned 2 bracelets into the red. Ah, so you do remember. Right now there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number? I looked down at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. Math! I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner panel. Junpei's really staring at that screen. You really aren't one for listening, are you? I hear Hongo's muffled voice from across the room. I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter your number. What kind of a fool are you? Why are you doing this? You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now, start the experiment. Solve the puzzle. I can't. I don't know how. Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenetic field and find the solution. I can't. Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's going to be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful. I can't possibly be a terrible person. Look at all these puzzles. Puzzles make us hungry. Hunger makes us human. Everyone can see it. Everything's connected. His horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could still hear it. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes. I was crying. Great gulping sobs broken by hiccups that shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel my fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the empty monitor. I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms were sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot. So hot. I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I'd come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. At least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. But nobody came. Please, help me. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Fake Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Fake Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here. Fuck. Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit. Jumpy? I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. He wasn't in the room, of course, but I'd heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. Jumpy! I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back. That's her. She's there. Then that means... Akane, are you in an incinerator right now? Yes, I am. How did you know? Now I understand what Santa meant. Right, there's only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister, to save Akane. I think I get it now. Automatic incineration will take place in 7 minutes. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve the puzzle in order to stop the incinerator. God, and I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the nunnery game was held today. I know why we were kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... 0 is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she got a glimpse of 9 years ago. So I was right. She needs to set up a stable... Well, they'll explain it. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she's trying to save herself right now. That means there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what. Automatic incineration will take place in 6 minutes. Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die, I promise. So don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Santa is making the same promise in her timeline and is completely lying. Well, no, I guess he is now keeping his promise. He was like, I promise I won't let you die, and he did, but now he's redoing it. My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. It felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. You guys have spent a lot of time talking instead of doing the puzzle. Like, it's right there. Time to get to work, Junpei. Is Fake Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way. I'm gonna save this, just in case they actually have me do a timed Sudoku puzzle, because I do not do Sudoku. So I'm gonna be doing this from scratch. It would be a huge, like, departure from the rest of the game if all of a sudden... Oh, it doesn't look like a hard one. It's not hard at all. Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's a lot more at stake here than your pride. I'll apologize later, alright? Hey, you aren't a hacker. No touching the computer. Now, Now, and only just now, 6 minutes before our death, let me take a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. Now, if I'm looking at this right, I'm going to need to fill in all the empty squares with other numbers from 1 to 9. But I can't use the same 2 numbers in any horizontal or vertical row. Are these instructions on the screen somewhere? The same has to go for the 3x3 square with thick lines around them. That means I need to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows as well as the 3x3 spaces. I think that's the rule here. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. Fucking what? Oh, you crashed my bot. I can't do this puzzle without my bot. So shit. There's a no, wait. I got it. Display settings. Advanced display settings. Display adapter property. Nope. Advanced sizing of text. Nope. Adjust resolution. Ha! Orientation. Landscape flipped. Oh my god, but the mouse... Now the mouse is... Oh my god. Keep changes. Sure, we're doing it. So you guys still see this... My god. What? Oh my god. Alright, well, okay, so I was gonna oh my god. Thank god this isn't timed. We need a 3 and an 8. Nope, 3 and 6. Wait. Oh, do it. Oh. Okay. So the reason that this is so hard right now, yeah, this is this is emulated, and right now I can see it right side up, but my mouse is still upside down. But I'm gonna do it. I can manage. So this one is a 3. My god. Now let's figure these out. No, this can't be a 5. It's gonna be a 9 here. This has to be a 9. This is 7 and 8, so this is a 7. Thank God this isn't timed. Five, 6. So this is 7 or 8. This is 7. Now it's too early to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's an 8. This might be a 1. No, that could be a 1 or a 3. We'll go back over. 1, 2, 3, 4. This could be a 5 or a 9. Snake can't do this puzzle, as he may have already told you. He is blind. I'm also suddenly realizing the hilarious. Oh, you guys can't do exclamation point blind anymore. What a tragedy. So this is a 5. Making this an 8. I almost feel like this was, like, to thwart people who have been playing on an emulator. Like, why else would you do this? One of these is a 1 and one is a 3. I can't deal with that yet. Oh, this should be easy. We got a 1, 1 and 5. That can't be the 5, so that's the 1. That's the 5. Oh, either this or this is a 1. It is so disorienting to not be able to move my mouse normally. Wait, this is a 1. Oh my god, if I screw any of these up, I'm gonna wind up with, you know, a paradox or whatever, and I'm not gonna know how to solve it. That's still either a 7 or an 8. It's... I keep looking over, like, this screen is not flipped, so I I am loving the next level chat memes. I also really, really need to go watch other people's playthroughs of this now. Oh, now this is a 1. So I have this. This is 3. What? Oh, okay. That somehow that helped her. This is 4 and 6, so this one is the 4, and this one is the 6. Plus, what? That's still 8. Oh, no, that's 7 and 8, so that one's the 7. That's an 8. That's a 6. This is 4 and 7. That's the 7. That's the 4. Oh my god. Oh, okay. We're speeding up now. We're in the fast lane. This is 7 and 5. That's a 5. That's a 7. We got 9 and 6. Nope. Oh, yes, that's a 9. That's a 9. 1 and 5, that's the 1. 1 and 3, that's the 3. That's the 1. 4 and 9, that's the 4. That's the 9. Oh, we're doing it. We're making the magic happen. Three, 8. 3 and 5. Making that a 4. That a 4. I have to keep remembering that the 6s and 9s are not upside down, because everything else in my brain is. god, how do I flip my screen back? Oh my god, where did the window go? Oh my god. All right. You're on your puzzle. Okay. Or you're on your tablet, so you could actually see it. You can just flip your tablet. That's really funny. GG. Yes, I did. I solved it. Well, I mean, really, you solved it for me, but I copied everything you did. Now I just have to press enter. Then what the hell are you waiting for? Push it! Okay, I will. I hit the enter key. I keep expecting my mouse to still be reversed. I don't even need the mouse. Whatever. Emergency shutdown command has been acknowledged. Incineration system has been shut down. There probably was a... Oh, I wonder if that would have been even better. There probably was a way for me to have OBS flip my output? Now I'm curious. Filters. There is no filter for rotation or flipping. Image mask? No, it's not going to do it. Alright, well, I'm not going to screw it up. What's wrong? It worked! It worked. The incinerator shut down. It worked. Tears rolled down my face as I cried out to him. But they were a very different sort of tears. A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body. At the same time, what strength I'd had left disappeared, and I collapsed to the floor. For a while, I just lay there, laughing and crying, and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. I can't quite believe I did that, but I am so glad, so glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane, sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay? Oh, of course, that's fine. I wiped the tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. I love it. Oh, Hitan, come back to us. The bad upside-down man is stopped. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were the 2 bracelets Hongo had left behind. Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who's just saved your lives, guys. Right. Okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. So what if I haven't pressed the enter key yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait. Automatic incineration will take place in 90 seconds. What? It doesn't sound like it's stopping. Okay, maybe I didn't hit the key hard enough. Just hit it again, and again, and again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right boxes. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping? Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds. Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Fake, Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then, door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key? Just in case. Alright. OPQ is 17 plus another 9 is 26. And what freaking numbers do we have? We have 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. We're trying to get an 8. Oh, so all of them together, all 5. Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they can just trust me on this one, or we are all fucked. Quick, verify your numbers on the red. All of us. Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. Automatic incineration means burn without manual interaction. 30 seconds is about half of a minute. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled. No time to be happy. Time to go. Okay, they're all through. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We've still got to find the dead. Hurry, hurry, run, run, chomp, chomp, shoot, shoot. What is the burning point of Junpei? Isn't it weird that he goes straight from being a solid to being ash? Shouldn't he become a liquid? Looks like we made it, huh? Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. I guess Fake Snake probably can't see the sky, but he sure can feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Akane! Akane, can you hear me? I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel, but nothing. She faded out. I can't wait till they explain how June is sometimes real and sometimes nothing. The door opened. Standing in front of it was my brother. Wait. This is in the past? In the past, standing in front of it was my brother. Akane. Aoi. I cried his name even though my voice was almost gone from screaming and leapt into his arms. Oh, Aoi. Akane. I buried my face in his chest and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they would go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever. But I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelets had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scan all the bracelets. I left the ones Hongo had dropped on the scanner panel. That was it. Phew. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective, who we'd call 7 in 9 years, and Fake Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have been utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide and their mouths hung open. Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hongo again. Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hongo seemed to jar Seven and Fake Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running up the spiraling stairs to freedom. Up, 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 up. Man, these stairs go on forever. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart's beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking? Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something? What's up? That door, the one with a 9 on it. Why did it open? Yeah, all 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. Math, math, math. That makes our digital root 8. It shouldn't have opened. That's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already. Because you were the... Except she didn't in this... Oh, no, she did. She still did in this run. What are the 2 numbers in base 2? 0 and 1. How about base 10? It goes from 0 to 9. Base 16, 0 through F. After 9, it starts from A and goes there. B, C, D, etc. You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. Blah, blah, blah. What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 and all the way to base 27? Oh my god, we're really gonna count? We're gonna count instead of adding? A lowercase q. Put it another way. It was a 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell of my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe just a short rest. No, can't stop. Don't have... Now he doesn't have time. Come on, legs, there can't be many more of these steps left. I love how Fake Snake is making it up, like, just charging up the stairs ahead of them, no problem. Even though he's blind, his other senses allow him to climb stairs without a problem. Like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally! Phew. I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there. Can't stop, won't stop, gotta get to the top. Alright, I'm gonna open it. You look like a big, heavy door. They look like such big, strong hands. But even more important than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now, I told the door. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together. Oh, it's right, it's her. This is her again. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the Gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean, and then it was gone. It's over, Aoi whispered. Yeah, it was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No, that was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years. You touch the door without opening it. God damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me. We're in Building Q, right? We're not on the ship. This is the building in the... They never said the Nevada desert. They just said Nevada. Nevada's not all desert. The mock experiment building. This whole time we were in Building Q. Sure enough, that's a desert out there with mountains all around it. Hello there, son. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see a sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right, our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip like an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. How would you... Don't detonators look like electronic chips? Probably. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Akane. Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I think I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Did they end it there without actually, like, clearing it up that she is actually alive? So that of course must have been the good ending. That's the ending where you don't die at the end and where everyone is saved, except for the three people who are part of whatever pharmaceutical. So the weird thing now is, like, how many people were in on it? Like, Santa obviously was... There's an answers page. Alright, there's an answers page that might be worth reading, but you can also just ask people and they'll tell you, without mentioning any game but 999, because if they mention others, they're no good. Right. I am curious about what the other two endings were. I probably won't bother to, like, stream going and getting them. Unless you think, I guess, would that be worthwhile to go through and see the other two endings? Because I actually only got 4 endings. Here we go. Okay. Are you okay? Oh, come on. This is nothing. Really? Yeah. You don't look okay. It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun slowly set. How does it look, then? He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute first. The frag? It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they kept growing and growing and growing. What does that even mean? I only missed 1 ending? I thought there were 6. And okay, so I knew, somebody let me know at the very beginning that in order to get the true ending, you had to play through at least once first. So I guess that was the safe end. If you get the safe ending, you're then cleared to go through, and you would get stopped at the coffin, I guess. Oh, I see. So that's one ending. One ending is you go through the correct route, but you wind up in the room with the coffin. You can't open it, and so you just die, I guess. So at this point, there's only one ending that I could go back and get, unless I, like, reset the data. Alright, but let's finish the ending, I guess. Junpei grinned. See, I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy. Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, this thing has a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it for us outside the building, keys in the ignition, and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Fake Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive. Okay. Oh, I thought Lotus was the one driving. And I'm like, why would that be a problem? This car jumps even a little and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death. Fake Snake, don't say it. Don't say it or you're gonna kill me. He doesn't have an... Wait, international... Oh, because... Oh, they're all from Japan. They're in the Nevada desert and they're all Japanese. The car Santa and Six? Six. They're just calling her Six. It should be somewhere down this road ahead of us. I can't believe we let Lotus drive from the passenger seat. That would be totally irresponsible. It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of one of the hills, drenching a kitten in gasoline. Oh, they were... These are the people that killed all the rabbits. This is the rabbit story. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them, furious. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran for the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. The policeman and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground with a face covered in big, swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me? I asked him. He stuck his tongue out through the hole in his mouth where a tooth had fallen out. Yeah, I guess I coulda. Then why didn't you? Junpei got in one little fight. Mom got scared and said, "You're moving with your auntie and your uncle to Nevada." I wanted to beat him up real good. Because of what they were doing to the kitty? Yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind those murders our first semester, right? Oh, you mean the bunnies? Yeah, the bunnies. He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind. They asked me what elementary school I was from, so I told them. Then they said they'd do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbit. Yeah, what's the deal with these kids? That's not normal. There's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Snake. Well, I guess I should say Gentaro Hongo. Why did he create the Nonary Project? Anybody? Any ideas? Why don't you ask him yourself? Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk? Well, might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes just look empty. No emotion. It looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore. Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Wait, he should be thrilled. He was willing to sacrifice anything for science, and now they just actually proved it, right? You could at least look at me when you talk, Matt. You could at least look somewhere other than at the person you're talking to. I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. Are you for real? Are you actually for real? That's the whole reason why he went through this. Is because he wanted access to the morphic field set in order to cure his prosopagnosia. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expressions of others. That's it? Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you're looking for a more philosophical answer, I can supply that as well. You see, the human collective consciousness. I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on. Alright, so what's your second question? You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you? There's no puzzles out here. Well, somebody's a little nosy. Doesn't have anything to do with you two. This one's for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that? See, 9 years ago, after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hongo on my own, hoping I'd catch him when he finally slipped up. During the course of my investigations, I learned a lot more about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordain and Alice. You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperature? Alright, fine, I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave. Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but the root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Salanthropus. I was able to extract a particular alkaloid from it. I used that extract to create Soparil. Its creation was a tremendous boon to the firm, and we grew rapidly. Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hongo. Man, he has... Now that there's no time pressure on them, he has absolutely no tolerance for storytelling. It's a little backwards. Here, this is for you. What is this? This is a For You doll. That not translate? Do we not put that straight through Google Translate and put it in instead of coming up with a name for it? Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved his arm toward me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit in his palm. Are you sure it's a For You doll? Yeah. The lady at the shop said so. That means it's for you, right? Are you sure it's not a voodoo doll? That's a stretch. That's a stretch if I ever saw one. Clock's not ticking, story's not sticking. You know how it is. What? Oh man. Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right? Yeah, I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then. Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden. Oh, well, you know how after June we aren't going to get to see each other too much? I mean, we're going to be in different schools, and I just thought I'd, okay, how about we call it June then? Wait, they named the doll June instead of Junpei? So I wanted to give this you. You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie. Yes, I, head of tribe. This doll, traditional... Alright, she thinks it's funny. That's all that counts. You did it. It, me, so we always together. That's how science works, guys. You need a voodoo doll. Voodoo doll's how you access the morphogenetic field. It's all coming together. That makes perfect sense now. I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell onto June's tiny yarn body. Looked straight into my eyes and said just 5 words. ... That's the first one. The second one's also ... I'll never forget you either. The sky was a beautiful crimson red as it melted down toward the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched out across the city and painted themselves across the hills. We sat, bathed in the warm light of evening. Just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened, and one by one the lights of the town began to flicker on. There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned, and also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in the incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now, as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field set and saved her 9 years ago? Alright, let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then... How do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Fake Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is one other logical explanation. What was it? Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't. Hey, look, over there. There's somebody next to the road. What? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there on that shimmering plain was a woman, her arm out and her thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. Was that June? That was an odd way to end, because that didn't look like her. The trunk man told me you don't exist, so we can't pick you up. Yeah, what a weird ending there. I guess it could have been her. It didn't look like her, but you don't see her from the front, so I don't know. Anyway. Oh, and that counts as 2 because the coffin is one ending because you can't open it. Oh, there was Alice? I'll have to go and I'll go read the wiki or something afterwards. This has been quite an adventure. Oh, stop that. I'm just gonna hit that so that it doesn't start playing the movie again. Was that Alice? I'll have to. Oh, don't go to the wiki. Is that going to explain stuff from the second game? Probably. Ooh. Okay, good on you for telling me not to go there. There's an official 999 answers page on the 999 website. Good to know. All right. So, I guess what I'll do instead, is that because it's inaccurate or is it because there's a lot of spoilers from the other games? Because I will go ahead and play through whatever the next game is called. I guess I'm going to do that off stream just to make sure that I can get through it fast. And, well, actually, what date does the next one come out? The 30th? We totally have time. Yeah, we totally have time. I could play through, because I wasn't anticipating getting the true end on my 4th run. That actually worked out really, really well. Okay, so the wiki has a lot of spoilers in places they don't need to be. Okay. Good to know. I think so. Yeah, is Virtue's Last Reward? That's the second one, and that one. What's the? Let me pull up Steam real quick. So the one that comes out at the end of this month is called Zero Escape, Zero Time Dilemma. Virtue's Last Reward, is that I mean, I'd rather buy it on Steam, but we're not going to have time because I want to finish that one so that we can play Zero Time Dilemma right away. And so I guess the reason that June was alive in this Nonary, whatever, is because, like, if you imagine the timeline splitting, so it's, what do they call it's like what do you call it? I love time travel so much, and I'm trying to remember what you call like a stable causality loop, where she existed because he was going to be successful. So there were like two timelines. There was one in which she died because he wasn't there to help her, and there was one in which she lived.
I will not falter.
Oh, Ad Rylak, thank you for the follow. I don't know how long you've been sitting here waiting. I hope you watched most or all of tonight's stream, and I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly had a blast.
I will not falter.
And Grub Muncher. Wow, we're getting a lot of follows all of a sudden. So yeah, just to explain it, it seems like there were two possibilities when she was in the room. Either she did not connect with Junpei and she died, and it goes to the future, or she did connect with Junpei and she survived. So once that happens, like, she exists in the world, but it's uncertain whether she's going to successfully pull off, like, when she was like, this was just the prologue. Like, we're not out of it yet, because she knew.
I will not falter.
Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. So it seems like what happened is she got off the ship, and then she was like, fuck, I've got to make sure that, for whatever reason, it has to be 9 years from now. But she was like, I have to make sure I set it up so that Junpei is able to send that solution back in time to me. If she had just said, screw it, whatever, and didn't set it up, she would have, like, ceased to exist, because that timeline would have contained a paradox. Her past self got saved by information that was sent back in time, but then later in that timeline, nobody sent the information back. So now there's a paradox. And who knows what happens. Either she ceases to exist, or time and space itself just shatters utterly, or whatever. So it still is kind of a paradox, because she lived, but... No, maybe I don't know now. How exactly did Seven have a... Maybe Seven was lying the whole time? Maybe Seven was lying the whole time, and he actually did remember, but he needed to tell Junpei otherwise. He needed to... Man, I don't know.